Hey, good morning. Good morning. Just a moment. Let me get the Mr. Mike there. How you doing, Mr. Mike? I gotta check to make sure the input's on the right channel. Just give me one more moment. That's wired up. Looks good. Looks good. All right. Let's get going. So, happy Saturday, everyone. How's it going? I want to see where I left off. So I was poking at this stuff yesterday. Regular dev, env, development. All right. And does it work? Will it blend? Looks like it compiles. This is some page content. Good. That one works. Login. Also there. Favicon exists in the top little corner. Good. What else? And just the home page. Page not found. Perfect. Okay. No crashes. Fantastic. So today we're just gonna kind of wander and meander through the kind of random improvements at the moment. Oh, I gotta get Mitch started up. Come on, Mitch. There you go. Ah. So, I was curious about a few things yesterday and cleaned them up a bit. Now, I ended up swapping out this log error for something a little bit more descriptive because this was using format. I didn't want to use format because there's some web page out there on the internet somewhere that says that if you're trying to make your WebAssembly small, don't use the formatting bits. Avoid string formatting, format, toString, etc. So, do we use toString? I eradicated all of format. Let's check for toString. We've got a couple of them. We've got into string. We've got this just value toString here. That one's different. What is that? That's on durable object ID. That's in a commented out macro. Then we've got these into strings. And I want to look and see because that I know is from mod. All right. But this one, what actually happens here? This would be on string to string, wouldn't it? No, it's not on string. What is this? This is on value, and value is an error type. which would be like a JS error. Which brings in this stuff. Interesting. So if we don't actually implement this here, then we can't use toString on it because things that implement display automatically implement toString. But if we did that, then we also couldn't have this implement error. Oh, fancy. Because we could have this do something else where we're not returning a standard format result. We're not implementing display. Got some other sort of error type that we can bubble up. I wonder if that's even part of the code bloat. I say code bloat, but I don't know. It might be super thin at the moment. String formatting. And Mimeograph, excuse me, mod. Where do we use mod? In some of the templates? This here. If we expanded that, what would that look like? So we also end up calling into string on, I think on markup. Oh, I see. That's pre-escaped. And pre-escaped as ref into string. Self.0.into. Spicy hacked a specialized renderer for T as ref stir. The inherent method stabilization trick is less clear, but works on stable. Let's peek at that. There's a similar technique which depends on Rust favoring inherent impulse over traits. Taking the display to string, for example. Lambda fairy. Display to string, my toString. Abstract display toString wrapper. This is an inherent method, so it's tried first. This is only used if the inherent method fails to type check. What? Why? It says lifetime with T being as ref as maybe size. Oh. It's going to be more reliable than the autoref approach. For example, we'll fall back to the slow path using autoref specialization. Wow. Wow. Good morning, it's NilDev. This does feel like a little bit of a hack here. But it is very interesting. So what are they saying here? They're specializing render for when T is Azaref stir. I see, and we could always just render to as opposed to into string. Is there any song playlist? Oh, is there any song playing? There should be. Can you not hear it? OBS is picking it up. Oh, you can't hear it. That's all the way up. Let's do a little sound check. Can you hear me clear? Oh, you can. Yeah, the part of the problem with using Pretzel is that the songs don't always have the same sort of mastering level. We can bump it up a little bit though. Should be a little better. No, it does drop down when I'm talking. Is that related to a Rust lifetime thing? It exactly is. Yes. Yes, it is. So why did I call it chapter 10? Because Rust book. Yeah, it's the book. It's the chapter. Um, Actually, the book's right over there. It'd be easier to grab it. Um, Lifetimes. It's chapter 10. Chapter 4 is also a good one, right? Ownership. You've gone so far with Rust? Yes. So what is going on here? Self.render into string. See, here it's still calling into string. So instead of returning a markup, it's calling into string on it. Which should be okay. Mod.render. And then we have markup here, which is a pre-escaped, and we call into string on that, which is here. And why are they doing it this way? Pre-escaped is a T. I didn't realize that we could actually change the internal type. Oh, yes, that'd change your view on programming? Absolutely. Absolutely. Ownership also, right? We're just having to think about how Rust does ownership. The the rules of Rust ownership. Look at the mod website again. Still stuck on Dvorak? Absolutely. That's going to be that way for a long time. I have no interest in switching right now. I can do Dvorak and QWERTY. I'm bilingual. Going a little past that, I don't think is in the cards for me. Getting started. I want to see. Okay. If it wrote to a handle directly, okay. This is what I was curious about. It's hard to support buffer reuse in an ergonomic way. The approach you tried either involves too much boilerplate or causes mysterious lifetime issues, or both. Multi-allocation pattern with small short-lived buffers follow the fast path in modern allocators. Huh. Okay. Yep. More flexible. And that's fine. HTML escaping. Elements and attributes. Okay, so it's just going to return a string. I don't think there's anything we can do to get past that, and this render 2 is fine. Now, this buffer here is a mutable string. I don't think we can get past that, which is fine. I don't think we would want to. Because if we're trying to, let's look at page here. We've got a little writer. And inside of here, where's our writer here? We encode, we write, we save the promise. Hey, thank you. How do you pronounce this? Rethel? Or is it Real Hal? Retail? Yeah, help me out here. Thank you for the follow. It looks like Thal at the end. I don't know how to marry the Rhea and Thal together. Just assume you're right. You probably get that all the time from all the streamers. Well, what do you prefer? I don't want to call you something that you don't like. And good morning. Happy Saturday, man. Happy Saturday. So this writer ends up writing something, right? What type is the writer? This is a writable stream durable default writer yada 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 thing. And this takes a uint 8 array. Which works if we deref the string. Right? Oh, no, 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 because we have to encode it first. So where's our encoder? So a text encoder actually generates one of those for us. And its input is a stir. Although that could be multiple things. That could be different types of things. Oh, have I tried competitive programming? Mod is the template engine we're using for Mimeograph. So here's an example of their template here. HTML, you have an H1, and it has content, poem, a paragraph tag, you have some more elements inside. This has a strong tag surrounding rock with your rock outside of it. I have not tried competitive programming. Used face was fun. All right. So I was curious about what was taking up so much space. This is the debug version, and there's this cool tool called Twiggy, which will show us what is taking up space in a WASM file. But it's not really fair to look at the debug version compared to the other version, the release version. You can do build the world with Rust macros, absolutely. And if you're trying to learn Rust macros, the Detolne Rust macro workshop is fantastic. This guy here is just fantastic. This is the place to start to learn macros. Uh-oh. Close the wrong window. Okay. Gonna close up some of these. Okay. Well, that's more of an advanced thing. So you're either going to look at the Rustonomicon or other assets, other places. All right, so Twiggy top dash n, let's say 50 to dist cfwasm. See, and this is what I've seen very consistently is that we actually have data and code that are kind of unnamed being the top elements. And I wonder why that is, because even in debug mode, is it because I've configured them out? And where would that be? Is that in cargo.toml? Cargo. Cargo. Debug.js glow. See, in dev mode, we should still have a lot of this. Let's turn that back on to true. Okay. Because I want to see actual names for that. Okay. No such file or directory, of course. We get a different hash each time. Oh, look at that. Debugster. Debug info. Wow. And if we do the same thing for release mode, built for production, take a look at that again. Hmm. Although now it's like, it's well over a meg. which isn't fair because like that information is not going to be the same thing. If we build it without that flag, then it's going to be like 60 some odd K. Right, 67K, 68 really. We have these data blocks. And if we do a WASM this, actually, okay. Got this chunk at the beginning, right? But then we have these bits here. And what is this? Data const, I32 const. BYOB, bring your own buffer? These are the strings. These are some of our templates. You have 3 exams tomorrow. Well, what are your exams in? Streaming behaviors, psychology of streaming, and current events in software engineering. See, site config. We have statics. I gather that you're a student, but what is your what topics are your class are your tests in? Interesting. Why are we? Wow, look at all these errors that are being baked in. Cannot access a thread local storage value during or after destruction. Huh. It's quite a bit of bloat here. Index out of bounds. Like that's just a lot here in this. And it seems like it's actually gotten bigger. 9th grade. Gotcha. Valid up to error length. So it feels like we've pulled in a lot more kind of core Rust bits. If we just flip through this, it's going to be the same sort of Lispy WebAssembly here. They're setting locals, getting. And this is what it disassembles down into. But this doesn't go on very long. It stops here in another couple thousand. Oh, actually more than I thought. 38,000 lines. So I imagine that these actually get compiled down to something fairly small. And it's up at the beginning. Oops. Up here. That we could probably get rid of some of the bloat. So imagine this binary data here. What's another way we could see? I'm still not content with the size on this. Manually inspecting the LLVMIR. So we could look at that. Then you could use find to locate the .ll file containing the LLVMIR in Cargo's target directory. Okay. LLVMIR is the final intermediate representation in the compiler toolchain before LLVM generates WebAssembly. Therefore, it's very similar to the WebAssembly that is ultimately emitted. Okay. While these numbers only hold in general, the LLVMIR has crucial information that is not present in the WASM. Oh, let's see what this does. I've never run this command. Morning, Xenocron. How's it going? We're looking at what's taking up space. I don't know. I just find it interesting. fd.ll. So lots of constants. Oh, I see where it's getting all the constant stuff. I'm enjoying your 5-day weekend. Oh, nice. Vim froze for a moment. All right. How many? This goes to 18K, 18,000. This is interesting. So up here at the top, we have a bunch of this information. Gen future, standard future, yada yada. Do we actually need that? This is debug stuff. Are we even using debug? Yeah, this is what you would see if you um, did a print and a debug on something. Yeah, this is LLVM's IR. This looks like it would translate kind of into the data section at the top of a binary. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Like all of this is now taking up space in the WASM file, but I don't remember what we did that started to introduce the debug information here. Like, are we actually calling debug in something? Can we just strip it? I imagine we could. Dwarf debug info. Let's see. I imagine also that some of the tooling we have is already set up for being able to do that. Because there's WASM opt. Oops, that's expecting some input. And this has a number of elements. Emit name section in. Okay. No, we don't want that. Script debug. So because someone is printing something somewhere, you end up with all that debug info included? Yes. Strip debug. And we'll do that from the dist cf-o for output aou.wasm. This is at 68.5. It's actually larger. Processing it after the fact made it larger. All right. And it'd be best if it didn't come into the LLVMIR in the first place. Rust omit debug print format. WASM. I mean, it's either. See, this here looks like stack information. Could this be used to generate a stack trace? I mean, to me, it looks more like a debug. Avoid string formatting. So I've done quite a bit of that. Avoid panicking. Yes. Manually inspecting the LLVMIR can help you figure out which functions are panicking. Panics do not always appear as panic macro invocation. Indexing a slice. We do that, I believe. Division will panic if there is divisor, if the divisor is 0. I don't think we're dividing, but who knows? Something we call might be dividing. Unwrapping an option or result. Are we calling unwrap anywhere? Probably. Unwrapper default, that doesn't count. Unwrapper else, still. Okay, we got a couple. Probably just because, oops, let's abort this. Let's go back to the correct editor. Because we were debugging things. So this here, huh? KV never fails. So then we should just, let's say, match it, drop it. Drop the, do one of these. Now we don't have the unwrap. Match arms have incompatible types? Yes, because this is unreachable. Ah, but is that that's a panic, isn't it? That's a panic under the hood. Okay, so how do we do this? Um, the safe approach is to abort instead of... Oh, to abort. Process abort. All right. Interesting. And we probably want to be able to log something, because what if we were wrong on the assumption, right? Well, let's go back to KV. Let's edit lib. Toss our little macro thing up here. There we go. I'm going to change this to like a log abort or something like that. Because I think that we should. Next, avoid using... All right. Let's get rid of the aborts, because I think that'll get rid of the those stack unwinding bits. Or the panicking. Unwrap abort. Yeah, see, we don't actually need that. Message stir. Okay. And in this case, let's say we don't return anything because abort stops, and the compiler should know that. Well, we're going to log an error. Our message is, so we should probably just call log. Log 1. Okay. So we log it, we bail, that's it. And should we flip these? Option and message? Yeah, let's do that. And why wouldn't we just implement this on option? Because we could. Takes a self. Takes a message. Static string. And returns what? Because if self is an option, it returns some sort of type T. That seems a little weird. It seems like we need the associated trait type for that. Like we'd have some sort of type here. Type data, type what? Probably still panic if it's not. Oh, that's a really good idea. Absolutely. For stack trace and stuff. That's a really good idea. And we should be able to do that. What what do they call that in result? So in result, when they describe that, they have okay and error. But when it implements some sort of and then option T, because those are just type inner. Okay. We should be able to map those to that. Impl unwrap abort or option. We need a T here. Wait, did we just walk into gets? I mean, this is generic associated trait. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely possible. We use that in legacy. We're doing something similar. Okay. Match self. This should probably take self. We're unwrapping it. Okay. Now, can we do this at this level? I don't know if we can do that here. Just say, oh, it's this block here. We might be able to do it here. I would do it here. Not debug assertions. And panic in this case. Actually, can these take a message? Oh, I have this backwards. Oh, thank you, Xenocron. Previous definition of unwrap abort here? What? I think there's like a CFG if macro here that we happen to have in crate or in our cargo.toml file. Where are we using that? CFG if utils? Oh, I see. So it's having a hard time with the double open. Oh, thank you. Mismatched types. Expected type parameter T. Bostic, thank you for the follow. Good morning. Happy Saturday. All right. Now, hold on. We'll get back to that, but in Avanash, thank you for the follow. See, I'm not sure what this macro does. Let's see. Okay. Macro for defining config if else statements. Perfect. I see. Then we have to set it up this way. Wow. Let's go back into lib. Toss that in there. Gonna pull this stuff in here. And then if pound CFG debug assertions. Okay. Then we just panic, otherwise we abort. Else abort. Too many. One more. There we go. Okay, now the types are not correct. I thought the compiler knew that panicking, or, oh, we're not using the panic macro, are we? And we could say message. All right. And that's okay. I thought we also had something set up for, in our utils here, console error panic hook. So if we have this set up, when the console error panic hook feature is enabled, we can call the set panic hook function at least once during initialization, and then we will get better error messages if our code ever panics. I have to admit, I didn't look very deeply into this. Okay, what is this? So we only want this in debug mode, right? Is that one of our default features? Let's check that. It is one of our default features. I wonder what this does. That once. Oh, I see. It's using init once, which is why we saw that info. Panic set hook. Okay. And we only want this in release mode. But how do we reason between having the release mode config and the default features? What if we want different features for release mode? Can we do features.release? Kind of like some of these, .dev, you know, .release. I mean, does that work? Oops. Let's say this one is dev, and then we have one for release. It's fun going through these little projects, you know, whatever comes of this. Getting this experience, coming into these cases and learning from these pieces is it's just, you know, it's so valuable. So I imagine we can do that. So if we did a cargo, what features on dot failed to parse manifest? Oh, expected a key sequence for features.dev. Oh no. Is it? Yeah. Rust. Um, profiles. Profile.dev. Features. It doesn't look like we can have features split it by build type, which is too bad. Probably means that I don't want to turn that. Let's say better panic includes that. But by default, we have nothing. There we go. But requires all of the standard format and standard panicking infrastructure, so isn't great for code size when deploying. Fine. That makes sense. All right, so now we have better panic that we could enable if we were trying to debug something or if we were trying to, let's say, build for, oh, I don't know, staging or some other place where it's not quite production. All right, so I've figured that little bit out. Let's close those files. Now we were working on this here. Panic message is not a string literal. Yes. And I don't want to get into formatting it because that's also a little too much. So we're going to just panic after logging, and that should be fine. This here can go in there, right? Oh, why don't we just call standard process abort? Save a little bit there. This not meme. Thank you for the follow. Good morning. Well, that looks pretty good. So now we have this for option, and depending on the config, if we're running in debug mode, we'll panic. Release, we will abort. So now let's go wire that up to where we were trying to use something like that. We have this. Oh, this is actually a result. Okay, now let's implement this for a result. This should be in its own file, shouldn't it? Source, unwrap abort. Grab that. Share a third one. Now that has to be pub. Oh, yes. Import that. Okay. Now for result. T and E for result. We're just going to be returning inner. E goes away. E could be actually the, although if we're just unwrap aborting this, do we really care what the error message is? I don't know. Probably, actually, probably. Um, so this is our message. Oh, can we log another one for E? Because E is error, right? Does results require that E is error? No, it doesn't. It's just some random type. All right, let's not require it because I don't want to do the toString on it, etc. We'll just say, hey, this happened, and then they can go figure it out from there. And this is going to be okay and error. Otherwise, we have to have two versions. One of this for when something is display for E and when it's not. I don't really want to do that at the moment. Okay, let's go back to lib. Oh, CFGIF is gone. Okay. Back to KV. Await dot unwrap panic KV. It never fails. This is going to be the message that haunts my future. Choose them wisely. Oh, can't find that, which means that in lib we didn't make that public. Oh, it's unwrap abort. Unwrap panic. There we go. Import crate unwrap abort. I don't like that path. Use unwrap abort. Fine. Okay, now where were the other unwraps? One, two, three, four. Get past protocol. Okay, so yeah, this. And this is in, where is this? This is ENV request. ENV request path. Okay, next one. Oh, both of these. And these, okay, this is just fine. Don't really care. This is just not important at the moment. See, that should already be there. Oh, not that one. It moved. Here, this one. What am I? It's doing that. Oops. Come on, fingers. Keep up. So it should be there. I don't know why it prefers the other one. Okay. Well, that should be all of those. So now we shouldn't have any panics. Oh, let's check for panic. Unwrap abort. That's fine. We have two of those, but they are guarded by debug assertion, so only in debug mode. Okay. We are going to do another build, emitting the LLVMIR intermediate form. So I'm going to look at that again. Uh-oh. Looks like we've got an issue here. And COC. Nested dependencies? Oh, Xenocron, shame on you. Luckily, we don't have very many dependencies, right? Actually, I want to see cargo tree. Weallic? Are we buffering? Tell a bad joke. Dot files. All right. So we have WASM binding, which might panic and stuff for other reasons. Mod. I don't know if mod does, but outside of mod, it's just the WASM stuff. WebSys, JSys, Weallic. Wonder if Weallic has anything on the extra assertions. Getting paranoid. I know. I know, right? Hey, thank you for the follow, creeps. All right, let's. Okay. Okay, COC is. Let's go see restart. Actually, I'm going to just restart the whole thing. All right. Now, where was the issue? Cargo check. ENV request. Ah, forgot to import it. And this one is also giving the other path. I wonder. ENV request. Use that. That should go first. So create stuff before dependency stuff before standard. There we go. You're struggling to remember the commands yet. I put them on the on the web page, on the just in a little text section. Okay, we'll go check. Oh, that's never used. Set panic hook and source util. That's okay. Saying that that's never used. In the panels? Yeah. Yeah, they're all listed in the panels right now. All right, so going back to omitting the LLVMIR, which, hey, AT Carter, how's it going? Good morning. Happy Saturday. ModView doesn't have those, yes. Okay, so now we've emitted the LLVMIR. Now we're going to edit it. And it still looks like we have quite a bit of stuff here. Let's see, let's do a release build. EMV, what is it, production? Yes, it has been a long time. How have you been? $67. All right. Now, I think it does seem like that is one of the biggest things here is that going to be the stacks. What is it? Shrinking these? Okay. Oh, you're on a 6-month RV trip. You like my new stream setup? Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been a while. Goodness. Lots of stuff has changed. I had a buddy that did that too. It's currently doing that, actually. All right, so we got rid of all of the unwraps here. Divide by 0, we didn't touch. I don't think we're actually dividing by anything. We're not doing math in this. And then indexing is slice. Panics on out-of-bound indices. Unreachable crate provides an unsafe, unchecked. Okay. So we could look here and see if we have any of these. Oh, thank you for the follow. Frostry755. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Let's see. No, we're not indexing by a numeral. Where would we be doing anything like that? I have no clue. And if we looked at the LLVMIR for this, so we're still getting these. Seems like stack trace fodder. All right. So here they're talking about optimizing link time optimizations. We already have this set up. Allocator. Yep, we're using a different allocator. Backtrace underscore DW or lib backtrace. Debug symbols. Get off my lawn. Yes, here we go. Okay, that's fine. It is somehow aborted. Probably a lib. Okay. But how do we strip the WASM? I mean, we could use the WASM opt tool. Yeah, that's J Malik. No panic, no gain. Ah, panic abort and profile release. I think that's what we're looking for. Stack info. Okay. Build it again, please. So, where did you go, AT Carter? You've gone all around, huh? No. It's hardly smaller. And we were at like 69 earlier, which that's a decent amount, but still, I was expecting more. Yeah, this information's still here. Private, unnamed address, constant. Then we get into more code. Hey, Bear Duda, or Bear CTY360. How you doing? Is it AT Carter or at Carter? I don't know. You've been about 14 states so far. Oh, wow. Wow. It's a long, long trek there. I feel like this. Why is this in here? Um, Wiggy. Do we have some options? Dominators, paths. It shows a lot of the paths. Data 2, data 0, which might be that block we were looking at the very beginning. So this is 0, this is 2. For 2 by code 28 and code 21 and element 0 and table 0 and bindgen export 2. AT for the first two initials. Ah, gotcha. It seems like some of these elements here are very large. They are. Oh, abort. See, this one, I don't know if this is 0. That's its address, or see type. What about this one? 7, 0. I don't know what that's doing. Okay. But what is all this information? I thought that it had to do with hmm, link args, static. No, all these operations required to be in line with Rust equivalents. Okay. A static linker option is therefore necessary. It's interesting to see smaller after static linking. And that's for the C bits. And how do we do that for, well, prefer dynamic? That, well, we're not, say goodbye to lib standard. Start by avoiding lib standard. The book, there's a whole section about no lib standard mode. Oh my goodness, that would be fun. I've never done that before, but it'd be a good transition to doing like a microcontroller stuff. Because I've got a board over there and a 3D printer, and I want to replace the brains in the 3D printer. Yeah, but we're not gonna link to Musel though, or Muscle. Yeah, see, we can't actually strip the WASM like that. Maybe we can. All right, let's see. We've got a WASM file, right? It is 67K. And we've got all of these WASM bits here. Where's WASM pack, split, WASM to JS. What was the other? I thought there was another. We switched to WeAlec. We don't, I think we hardly have any of those. WASM snip. What's an unreachable instruction? This is a rather heavy, blunt hammer for functions that look like look like nails if you squint hard enough. Maybe you know that some function will never be called at runtime. Interesting, but I don't. We can't even identify the functions. So how does WASM snip work? Oh, did that just link to the same place? What do we got for WASM snip? Profile release, debug is true. This functionality relies on the name section being present in the WASM files to build it with debug symbols. Oh, interesting. And then what do you do? Because now you have all the, now you've got all the debug symbols. What are you saying? Trade those? That seems like a different sort of disaster waiting to happen. So we do that. We'll do one of these. Snip Rust panicking code. Look at that. Snip Rust format code. Yeah, we're playing with I don't know, I have to satisfy one of my little OCD tendencies here. And I thought it would be interesting to kind of dig into what makes up the WASM file. So if we look at WASM, was it? No, Twiggy, top dash N 20, one with the top 20 offenders in dist CF in our WASM file. It's all data. Great. What about the, well, data and code? About top 50? More of the same. We're not getting numbers out of this. So how do we use this snip to actually do that? Okay. Install WASM snip. I wonder what's going to break if we do this. And how is it going to identify the panicking? Because I think we can get rid of this. I hope we can. And this one will be interesting too. See, we can give it the input function, but we don't know exactly what to snip out. To use the WASM snip as a library. Oh, neat. Huh. Then it's got an API. It's got some chat thing going on. Where's their chat? Oh, it's in Discord. Interesting. All right. So we can try that. Um, it, this is also a great moment to mention, like if you're working on something like this and you get into an area where you're really out of your element, like I am here, going into a chat like this can be very helpful. Um, oh no. Welcome back. Actually, I have no idea what I just do. Great. Come back there. Copy that. Copy link. Actually, I don't want to log in. And thank you for the follow. Xanarak. Good morning. Okay. So I'm going to try to add that to my Discord. I wish I could actually see what their channel name was. Alright, so if I copy the link. Yeah. I can come back to that. Alright, WASM snip. First off, I'm going to get rid of the debug mode. Going to build it again for production. Yes. Okay. This is for release. What else can we do with WASM bindgen? Okay. Let's not get too distracted, Halsey. WASM snip. Okay. What is our input going to be? Help. Do not admit the producer's custom section. Thank you. We'll do that. Skip rust format snippet and the panicking. Well, happy Saturday, Xanarek. Xanark. Now, we have to give it an output dash o aou.wasm. It's 67. What was it before? No, it was just, it got bigger. All right, what about the formatting code? It's still larger. I think we're doing pretty well, huh? So if we do a WASM dis on discf, bat that. I've got this section here, which I had associated with internal error, entered unreachable code. Like with that error section. Yeah, byte index is out of bounds. Right. Begin less than or equal to end when slicing. So there are still some errors in here. And maybe that's okay. All right, that's enough OCD on that for today. Let's see, what did we change here? We did clean some of this up. Okay, that one we'll keep. This one, panic abort, we can try to keep that. Emoji counter. Oh, I just killed some of the formatting in there. What else do we have? Ah, yes, the unwrap abort. Those changes. That's a good keeper. Same here. Oh, lib. That's fine. And I cleaned up some of the router stuff. That was last night. Username and password with our unwrap abort. Fine again. Pages. Yep, just got some logging going. Our new unwrap abort. Okay. And what is this one? A new error. Hey, thank you for the follow. Let me see. I missed the name. Star 7. Thank you. Let's see. Run routes along with unwrap abort. Just trying to get like a little couple bullet points there. I should probably open this in the editor. Let's see. Cleaned up boilerplate. And lib for routes. Added an unwrap abort. It's probably good. Okay, that though goes away. Okay. Yeah, today's just kind of a little chatty day, playing around. Hey, Modprog. How's it going? Welcome. Still in the ad. Good morning. Just stream. And I found that when I raid somebody, I go to my own channel because as you enter via a raid on your own channel, you don't get the ad coming in. At least I don't. Here. I'm gonna, let's look a little bit more at the WASM bindgen bits. Da, da, da. Where's our settings for that? So we're gonna use that in a cargo lock. We have profile bits there. Yes, and how was your stream? What were you working on today? Oh, your 100 days of code project. Oh, cool. Very cool. And what's the subject of it? Building a turn-based deterministic two-player fighting game. That sounds cool. Sounds cool. Yeah, I think we got rid of a lot of this, but I wonder if there's a way to tell whether or not we're still panicking. Because I couldn't tell. Something like Street Fighter. Yes, that's what came to mind when you said it. But without the action? That's cool. All right. We used Twiggy, we used all of this stuff. And I think I still wanted, probably for speed. But shrinking it as much as possible is nice. I know, we're like sitting here doing stuff and it's like 67K for a WASM file. And it's probably going to get compressed or whatever too. So the max it can be is 1 MB. So we've got plenty of room. Plenty of room. It just sucked to come back to that later. Okay. So, where to? Where did we leave off? We left off last time on our adventure in pages, or page in the template section. Now, inside of page, we're generating some of the HTML, right? Lots of little bits of HTML getting spat out there. And then we come into here, our little render loop. We load up a template that we might have, and we write the content out. That seems pretty straightforward, actually. Is there anything we can do here for optimization? I don't think so. Here, these are both JavaScript. Passing in a reference, writing something out, getting a promise back. Seems fine. Okay. Let's add a little bit more. What else can we add to this? Oh, we were going to work on login, right? Because right now we do have a login screen. Let's run it. Wrangler dev. Because once we get login working, then we can start to actually create websites using our super fancy website creation tool that we're building. Okay. Compiled it. Now it's listening. Run it. Okay. Nothing's there yet. Go to /login. We get our login. This is from our template. We can actually look at the source for the response on this. Wrong. I wish it would pretty print that. See lots of little bits coming through. That, and we were doing some tests and stuff on it. We're actually getting pretty good marks on this so far. And I want to keep this really, really high throughout the whole process. So expect to see a lot of that. Maybe we should get the style thing working so we can get that last little bit there because they're overlapping. Basically, it's whining that these two elements here overlap. And if we had some sort of style, oh, that would be nice. What sort of styling do we want on this? Probably center it, give it some spaces, maybe a sans serif font. All right, T. Carter. You take care. Thanks for dropping in. Enjoy your road trip, man. Enjoy your road trip. Can you imagine going on like an RV trip for 6 months? Seems crazy. All right. Now we could use some material UI bits. Oh, I don't want to use React. What's just a CSS one? I don't want to use some other good clean ones. Actually, the US has a neat one. And thank you for the follow. This one I thought was interesting, which is just big, bold, right? Components. I think this is all CSS based too, isn't it? It's theme style sheet. Yeah, I don't want to do it this way. We're not doing server-side rendering like that. So really, I just want that .css. Oh, let's go back to packages. Where was that? What are some other good ones? Because at the moment, I don't want to do too much in terms of CSS. Just want to be able to say, hey, import this, toss the CSS in the very top. But yeah, these are all going to be very kind of specific. Um, block quotes, yeah, buttons. Oh yeah, it seems like most of these, we're going to have to add their styles to these elements in order to make them specific. Not a super fan, but I don't want to spend too much time trying to make a decision on this. CDN Cloudflare. Oh, that's funny. So I think we should have some sort of site config where we have CSS style sheets and we can link to them. So let's go back into our site config. Style sheets. It's going to be an array of files. And these are going to be copied literally, like directly into this. So if we wanted to use, let's say, the CDN.js version of this, right, we just copy paste this into here with quotes. Thank you. Expected a comma right there. Good. All right, so then we'll have style sheets. From there, we need to go into our page config. I'm still not content with the name. Style sheets, vector of strings. In our new get type here, I think we can object.get style sheets dot, because this is going to be an option. I'm going to map that. We have to give this a type though, because basically with this trait here, we have to give it some type that implements JSCast. Oh, actually, this could be rather bloaty, couldn't it? Could we get around this anyway? Because we want the return type to be different, don't we? So unless we're going to be casting it here on the outside, well, it should implement it once per. Right. And something that does implement JSCast here is a JS array. JS sys, an array. It should be an array. Style sheets. We'll map our array, and then we will collect it. Now each element in this array, array.iter, map. So I believe they are by default JS values here. Yeah. Array here from JS sys. Its iterator always iterates on JS value, correct? Yes, yes. Array iter with type being JS value here. Okay. So we take the value, we do a value dot dine into string, JS string. Toss an OK on that. Then we want a flat map here. Actually, no, I don't want to do it that way. I want to map this to the iterator. And then we want to flat map that So we go from our object to an array, well, option of array, to the iterator. And could we pass in like a into iter on this? No, that's its function, isn't it? It's not a trait. Flat map. Interesting. So we can't do it that way. We have to go back a little bit. Yes, we want a flat map here with our brackets. Good. So we're passing in the array iter flat map. That should not return just a JS value. This flat map we should be able to collect that. How do we collect it into the vector there? We have to call flatten, don't we? Can I even do this in a combinator? Because basically the inner thing has the array. Yeah, I think I call flatten at the end. I keep trying to play with the combinators, and it's always just a little bit of a struggle, but I feel like I'm getting better at it slowly. Um, but yeah, the method collect exists here. Let's get let's get our array, style sheets array. Got so we get that. We map it. Yeah, if we just do a direct map, so we don't do the collect on the outside. We have to do the collect on the inside here. Okay, so this is still a vector of strings. We map those, dine into JS string, collect that. But this here is a flat map. We collect there. How's that? Hey, thank you for the follow, Zarel. Expected vector strings found option. Value here, suggest value. If we can't do the dine into here, then we're just going to drop the element. Yeah, that's expected vector found option. Oh, oh, I see. Unwrapper default on that. So if it's a none, then we still need to have a default array, an empty array. Well, an empty vector, I mean. Yes, and now here we have JS strings. Say JS that's going to go string from JS str. Then we can collect that. Should be able to know all of the type information because that should bubble back coming up. Good. Oh, there we go. Just that easy. It seems like little pieces like this should probably be in utility functions. All right, so then we have our strings. Now we need to templates, style sheets, and oh, that's right. It's not an option. Just return a slice. Okay, so then we have our slice of those. And here, where we're going to put the styles, let's go create another function, kind of like this. Function right, style sheets. Always exists. Self dot page config style sheets. So we're going to do a right. Now what does Lighthouse want for these? I want to try to make it as correct as I can. Oh, come on. So I know, or we could do it like this. So here we're going to have link, then we'll have rel equals style sheet, href equals, and then our style. And that's it. That's a closed one. Then we write that out. All right. So there's our right style sheets. Let's go to login, template. I want to see what else we can do just to be able to use this a bit. See, we'll just use the default styling. Okay. Oh, missing style sheets on 82. Okay. Did we get our style sheet? We have description, title, meta, uh, upload settings. We made a change to the site config. Come on, where is it? Sometimes it can take a moment, a minute. Whoa, look at that. All right. And if we make this a little wider, it just likes that size, doesn't it? All right, well that's better than it was. Okay. Now let's run Lighthouse on that. Oh, no, we have to make it public, don't we? Wrangler, publish, NV production. And then we also have to do this to production. Now we can go to this website and hopefully load that. If you toss a little login at the end, she'll get the little login page. I already don't like this style sheet. Okay, here we go. Run Lighthouse on you again. Generate report. Oh, look. Oh, we get little fireworks. Thank you. All right. Eliminate render. Oh, opportunity. Absolutely. Consider delivering critical CSS JSS inline and deferring all non-critical JS styles. Interesting. Potential savings 780 milliseconds. Wow. Does not have a disabled attribute. Does not have media. How to identify critical resources. Coverage tab. How do I eliminate render blocking style sheets? Similar to inlining code in a script tag. Inline critical styles required for the first. Okay, so we could inline them. using the preload. Hmm. Yeah. So we could set this up so that we embed certain styles. It might be a little heavy though. In this demo, all the styles load, including the paragraph, not visible inside the according container. I see. So let's change this a bit to work with that. So we either embed them or say preload. So for now, we could make it preload. Hmm. Does anybody use a no-script browser anymore? Or at least a no-script browser that's not like a terminal browser? Because this seems kind of blah. This.rel equals style sheet. Yeah, that changes that to that. Huh. Fascinating. So after the page actually loads, then you're telling it to load the style sheet, which makes sense. All right. So how do we embed this? So maybe we have some sort of default styles for the whole site. We could load those up and just stream those through. Could have multiple style blocks. I'm trying to think, how would this actually look when we go to kind of build it out, right? Um, somebody might want to alter their website, how it looks, right? So they should be able to upload some CSS. Now, it could just be a file upload. Could have some little inline editing thing where you could just open it up and go to town. Could have something a little bit more, I guess, if usable than that. Um, but given any of those, where do we actually save it? Probably in the KV store. That's where this all gets saved. So we might want to make this its own template. So instead of this, we do something else. Maybe a special template that we render outside of this. So let's explore. We're already in template. Let's just create it. Let's call it styles. Oops. Stroke styles. Now, styles is going to have a very special thing. When it gets constructed, it's going to have to go and load up, make a request at least, to the KV store. And then later, it's going to have to implement the template for mod. Impl mod render for styles. Implement default methods. We don't need this one. This one just relies on the other one. This one here, you see it calls render. That should be like a self, actually. And here we could do our little HTML bits. And in some of these cases, we're going to put a delayed loading of this. Otherwise, it's going to be in line. Now, what do we want this to look like? Because if it's in line, it's got to go into a style block, right? We'll have some elements in there. Oh, I did it again. For styles, style. There we go. Now, what if we have a lot of them, like 3 or 4 files worth? I'd prefer not to have that, actually. So we're going to store them as like JSON. That seems kind of gross. Gotta just concatenate all the files into one. Um, what I'm actually thinking about here is that we have limits, and I'm not worried about the free plan versus not, right? Reads per second, etc. We can only make 50 requests to the KV store in a single request. So our limit is 50. And if 10 of them are for styles, that's kind of a waste. So maybe we just have one setting for styles, and we tell it to load that at the very beginning, and we say that's just some blob. So we'll have, actually, let's do 2 things. We'll still have the settings in the config. So this will actually need some of that config. We'll do this here. So if you have external CSS, fine, we can just load that up. That's going to be on the site config. That makes sense. But then we need one big blob for the embedded stuff. Settings. Embedded CSS. .json? Ew. No, not .json. How about we just call it embedded.css? And in this case, we could just grab the milligram CSS, right? Oh, where were they on that cdn.js? They're here. Let's just grab that. View page source, big white screen incoming. Okay. Actually, we want the like .min.css. There we go. Okay. Paste that. We do not want the source maps. Oh, thank you for formatting that for us. It's everything we didn't want. Um, that's so funny. How do you turn prettier off? COC disable. You know what? Vim settings. Embedded.css. There. All right. Well, I want it on generally. I just don't want it on for this one file. So we're just loaded up in Vim. Back to NeoVim now. All right, so this goes away, but we could have something else in there, right? Like this could be some other style sheet. So we need to make sure. Let's see. Can we come up with another style sheet um, that we want to see in there? You know, for now, let's just put the milligram one back. That's fine. Okay. What's the like newer alternative to like is it normalize? I know there's modernizer, normalize CSS. Yeah, this one. Actually, where are you? I want like an external one. CDN jazz. Normalize. There we go. Yeah, we just want the link. Let's toss that in there. There. Now we have normalize. We'll have that one as the non-essential. Then we'll have the other one, milligram, as the essential one. So styles here needs both. Generate new. So we want to be able to receive the page config here to be able to get that list of external CSS. Let's see, external. Uh, lifetimes. We're in a bunch of async code, aren't we? Chanhu, thank you for the follow. Good morning. I'm going to come back to this here and say, you, sir, you could be a JS array. Those are cheap to copy, and we could do this little bit here at the very end when it actually has to be done during the render step. All right. Now this here, yeah. Okay, let's toss this kind of at the bottom of this file for now. And then here, we just want to be able to convert it to the array, right? And JS array doesn't have a default, so it should probably just be an option to the array. There. WebAssembly and Rust, yes. Interesting. So that's going to be an option to an array. And that's going to be easily clonable for us. Actually, why is it not whining right now? Oh, we have some other issue. I was wondering why it's not getting to the lifetime check. It's because it's failing earlier in the compilation process. So this goes away. Right, style sheets. We should create a style sheet here. Let the template style sheet styles. Yes, that's the one we wanted. So create a new one of those. And we could have still left this in the other one, but self.write styles.render into string. Okay, that sure. Interesting that we needed that for styles, but not for this one. Huh. Because we're calling render here. Oh, because this is a Dyn render. So somehow it was kind of in scope. It wasn't really in scope. Wait, where's our list of templates? Page config.templates. Oh, I see. So it's actually over here. Now we get the lifetime issue. Okay, move it out. It's behind a shared reference. That's fine. Oh, as ref. I like that better. Okay. Right. Oh, interesting. But if we do that, then huh, 'cause that'll now return option to a string. As stir is not going to work on that. It's actually inside. We'd have to map it to an as stir. Oh, interesting. It's a little bit more power to that. Huh. Because then you can use as deref. And that's really nice. Oops. So if we can use as deref there, it's a slice. We get the default. Huh. All right, that's nice. So we write the description, render our styles, etc. Now let's finish making our template here. External style sheets. We've got a little array here. Option to an array. Just going to pass that through. We're going to clone it. All right, there's our external ones. Now we also have to make a fetch. And that fetch is going to require the environment. Emil, thank you for the follow. External option to the array. And if I butchered your name, let me know how you want it pronounced. I'm happy to help. It's not really help. I'm happy to just say it the right way. Okay. So now we have externals. Now down here we can collect these. Oops. Self.external. Map them out. Style sheets is unused now. Now we're going to use something in mod we haven't used before. If we can find it in their tabs. Mod? Nope. Control structures. If else, if let, looping with for, loop in. Nice. What do I use to indent code for when I select it? I'm actually using the Rust formatter. Um, I have it set up to format on save. In COC config, I set COC to automatically format these types of files on save. Oh, zip code. I missed your questions. Thank you, Zenochrome. Now we have that and that. So let's see. So we have names for name and names. Oh, we need an at on that, but not that. And wow, I put those all in the wrong place. Now we can link those here according to, oh goodness, this here deferred render. So we're going to do one of these guys here. Link rel equals preload href equals, and then the actual style sheet name, which in this case is going to be style as style on load, and then that text there. And that's it for that one. And that'll be after the embedded styles. Now, is it compiling? Wow. Okay. So it is compiling. Oh. Little beanie over the ear, under the headphone thing. It's just chilly in the office in the morning. I don't want to pay to heat it. Let's just put on a sweater. No. Copilot incoming. Hey, kiddo. Did you have breakfast? Go have breakfast. And then yes. All right. Yeah, she's cool. Inline or okay. So now we need the other ones. I want to see that this runs. I just want to make sure. I don't know why. A little untrusting at the moment. Okay. Where is it? Site config. Oh, we didn't update that. Oh, okay. Style. Hey, we got a preload here. Look at that. Is it actually doing anything with this? But it doesn't seem like it is. This .rel. So change the rel into style sheet. The href should kick off. I'm going to turn off Dark Reader for a moment. Reload that. So we have this, but it's not doing anything. Did we have any console output? No. Yep. Requested asynchronously. Seems like it should work. Does this look similar enough to our output? Link rel equals preload. Did I misspell something? Preload. href. And then the CSS. That path exists, right? Yeah, that exists. As style sheet, as style, on load. On load equals that. Looks good to me. Huh. Oh, let's see. Does it actually make the request? That's a better question. Disable cache. Clear this. Reload. It's not making the request. They're going to give us the same thing. All right, that's no script. Okay, now here they're basically doing it via JavaScript. I don't want to do it that way. No, don't copy. Just go. Why would it not work? Here we're doing, using a request animation frame. You don't need that anymore. When was this written? 2020. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to use that. I like kind of using the one that this site's referring to. A little bit more trust in this. It's coming from Lighthouse. Do they have a comment section at the bottom? Like, does this work? You want to minify your CSS or remove any white space characters? Yeah. Oh, by organized by media query, critical tool. Huh. For unused CSS. Well, wasn't that the same thing that we were doing? So this does not seem to be working for me. Was there something else I missed? Like some little script at the bottom of the page? Here's how it works. Okay, yeah. Nulling. And it looks like it should work. Debugger. Inspector. Let's go back into the head. Here, stop. Oh, why is it inside of a style block? It's not CSS. You guys didn't tell me. I'm not going to blame you. It's my fault. Okay. This here should be the background. Can we do like a... How do you do inline... I don't know how to do inline CSS here. Okay, we'll just skip that for now. We'll have style there. It rebuilds it. It disconnected. Okay. It's funny, when you build this, it actually sends it up to Cloudflare. And then you have a little tunnel. It's got a network. Oh, look, it did load it. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm gonna run this again. The little lighthouse buddy. Generate report. Oh, no. Gotta do that later. Okay. So we have that there. Now we have something embedded like that. And that could pretty much be anywhere. Okay. Now for our embedded stuff, we need to get the KV bits. And how do we access KV? This is going to be, should it be in statics? Where should this content live? Settings? I think I was thinking settings. It could just be in statics. There's no reason why you wouldn't want that in statics, because you could use it in two places right there and like embed it or go direct. So maybe, just maybe. All right, we need the env. And once we have that, we can say env dot pages. That should be our KV store for the pages. And then we do a fetch on that. And we give it some sort of, would this be like some fixed value, or should it be configurable? I could see actually making it configurable. That, we just have to be careful because our number of operations for a list, where is it? KV limits. We do 1,000 lists per day. Cache limits, 5 gigs, okay. But this is specific to basically the one of their colos. All right. Saying that you can do 1,000 lists per day. It's like you start to work around this. Like if you needed to know all of your static content assets, you might actually then put it into like a durable storage, um, or you might interact with durable storage in order to manage some file that represents the list. All right. So we'd do some sort of fetch here. We would get the promise here. That'd just be a promise. And let's say that we also have inside of the page config, the site config, the path to the embedded CSS. And this is going to be to some sort of static. So it could be like site.css. Something like so. So what do we call the other one? Do I even have static still? Oh, I don't. We put it in settings, right? Yeah, this here. Let's upload that. So I don't want settings to have that anymore. Statics. Copy upload pages to upload statics.sh. Dun, dun, dun. Statics file. Statics file. Okay. That's that in development. And then what else? We need to, oh, we close the editor. So for site config, I think this is embedded.css. All right. So now we should be able to pull that, get that there, pull it out of the pages or the statics, and embed it. Now we still have a little bit to wire up though, because in page, templates page, we don't have the environment, do we? We don't have a reference to it. We have the writer. Spawn local on that, and we do have it outside of this. Env request. So we could move it into the future. Pass it in here. Question is, do we want to pass the whole thing in there? What? Is even has two dependencies? What? Why? Why? Mod 2 is not enough? Like, oh my goodness. How stupid. Hmm. Just breathe. 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 So we'll pass the environment in because we need to be able to get the KV store off of this. Because we're looking for just a promise, right? We're not going to be storing the reference to the KV. Just the promise. So env request dot env. We'll pass that in. Env. It's a reference to a CF env. So I guess we could actually just copy that, couldn't we? We could clone that. Expected struct env. Found a borrowed env. Are we cloning the reference to it? Wait, env is a CF env. Does no clone doesn't return a JS value, does it? History repeats itself. I don't know why, but I was expecting that to return the same type. I mean, that's what everything else in Rust does. Hey, Sleepy, how you doing? Happy Saturday. All right. So I have to double check that. That just seems outrageous. So if we had, I guess what kind is it really, right? It's our CFENV type here. It's this external type. And WASM bindgen, when it gives us a clone, what's it going to do? So we could check the WASM bindgen docs on this. Or if they ran off too. Oh, let's just production. It's interesting that there's only one reference to clone in here. It's in this. So this is the type that we're trying to use. Hmm. So I thought I had cloned other types before. What if we had an I don't know, like a JS array or something? Or can we? Well, that's array equals JS no array. What? That's of type unknown. Okay. Inherit clone foo, which is of type array. That works, yes, because it's that type. env request has env, which we should be able to clone. Oh, is it because it's well, how is it different for array? Aren't arrays should be the same? It's using WASM by gen. Clone extends object is type of. Oh, interesting. TypeScript derive. Oh, we didn't put derive on that, did we? Hey, thank you for the follow. So maybe we. I haven't been doing that. Tossing clone on these things. But I wonder if that would help. Oh, that does help. I don't fancy that. Huh. It's interesting. What else do we see them doing in here? Extends object. Is type of. Array is array. Yeah. Hey, Perkin. How you doing? Programmers. Method. JS. Okay. All right. Well, that was interesting. Now we know we can do this on the types themselves. I wonder how often we should be doing that. Okay, whenever it takes it down to that other type. So we could toss this on everything. I just don't really want to right now. So we have our new page new, and I would rather pass this in by reference here than have the new function copied if it wants. Okay, so that works. Expected 2 arguments. Oh yes. Now styles needs 2 things. And we should have environment now. Self.env. Now styles can grab that. I put them in the wrong order there, didn't I? Which order do we want these? Do we want environment first? Then the page config? Probably. All right, now we have pages. And off of env, where was that? That's in cf mod env. We have this pages, which returns a kv. This kv, we can say get. Okay, I was calling it fetch. We give it the kv store. Give it the key and options. I don't remember what the options are supposed to be. Get. And at this point, we should be able to get the config for that single value, the embedded style sheet. Yep. That doesn't exist yet. Convert it into a string. And then way down here, embedded style sheet, singular. Back into page config. No, not there. Site config, embedded CSS. That's better. And now we've got our embedded style sheet. Should be the right name, right? Embedded.css, that got uploaded. Okay. Now, let's go back into here, close that file. Helps if I name things correctly. There we go. What else? Template, page, and then styles. Mismatch types. Found expected struct env. No, you can borrow it. You can't have it. And then inside of here, this is going to be a JS promise. All right. Takes two arguments. Forget, what are we supposed to pass into that? And it wants the KV options. Get kind. Oh, we do the get kind and then do a from. That's right. So this is going to be maybe we could do a stream here. I mean, it's either going to be text or stream, text or stream, text. Because if it's a stream, actually we can't use the renderer. Let's just do text for now. Okay. And what does that return? That returns us a promise, right? We're purposefully creating these and kicking off these promises ahead of time so that the the Node.js like environment that we're in can make the requests and start and await, right? Start waiting for the response to come back from the CF. And then later, once all of these things have been constructed, we'll start to stamp out and send out the data for them. So we're starting to make the requests, even though we're not going to start writing quite yet. We want the data available to be written. Now this embedded, what does get return? CF mod, env. Oh no, I wanted CF kv. Get returns a promise. And now we've got our style here. We should be able to await that promise. Self dot embedded. Oh, this we can't await it here. I mean, quite frankly, we could. Does this really have to be inside of that? Like, yeah, same thing, right? It's not like we lose anything by saying, "Oh, this is an impulse styles." We can actually async function render that embedded dot await. Then we get the futures output. Oh, we need to do a JS future here from dot await that. That'll be a result. Oh, what does from want out of that? The JS future from. Can I just borrow that? No? Drat. Okay, so we have to take that out of there. It's not an option. Because it should be an option because it might not have existed. Thank you. So let's say that this is embedded and that we will map this to a promise. This is style sheet. Da, 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 da. Env pages. Get that. Done, done, done. Okay. So that converts it into an optional promise, option to a promise. And in this case, we can actually take that if we make this mutable.
Hi, did the hatch one call? Did the hatch one call?
Oh, but it's going to be an option to that thing. Oy, oy, oy. You know what we could do? We can do this. Map. JS feature from. Now it's a JS future. I cannot move out of self.embedded. Wait, do we really want to clone this? Can I just take it? It's not mutable. Like what? Why doesn't this actually just take self? It's not like we're going to render this once and say, oh, no, 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 we need to render that twice. Like, that's not going to happen. Just make that mutable now. And now that we own that, can we do this like so? Yes. Does it need to be mutable now? Okay. So now we have embedded. This is an option to a JS feature. Can you await an option? Hmm. We could probably just match it. Because we could await inside the match. But we can't await inside of a combinator. And I think here we should probably have the whole thing. So we should return markup. Should be some sort of markup that we end up embedding. So in the case of none, it's going to be empty HTML. So it does anything that's technically a string. But if we did HTML like this, then that's markup. Hey, thank you for the follow. 777 MMMM. So we have a future there. We await the future. So when and why would this actually fail? Why? When will we get the error type here? Because we would call that would be due to the JS future failing, or is that because we have the summer none? Do we have that? No, that's a JS future. Awaiting the JS future. Oh, I see. Because the JS futures return type is result JS value, JS value. Because we might get an error back, or we might get the actual type we want back. Unwrap board. Embedded CSS. Okay. Oops. What's that doing there? Okay, now we have content here. This is going to be a JS value or something like that. Oh, we need the import that. Okay. Yes. So now we have a JS value. We need to convert that. Oh, how am I using WASM? So great question. Yeah, that one kind of leads you into Mimeograph. We're building basically a WordPress alternative that's designed to be serverless, and it's running on top of Cloudflare's workers. So we're using Rust, compiling Rust to WASM, and going from there. All right, so now we have our content. Content here needs to be converted into, actually, this should be a string. We asked for a string, so it should be text. Am I using WASM bindgen? Yes, I'm using WASM bindgen, actually quite a bit. This whole CF section here, all of this is mapping to Cloudflare's types. We've been stamping that out slowly. Unchecked into JS string. Dot. What? That's a JS string now. And that needs to come back into, oh goodness, what type? An actual string. So we'll toss an into on the end of that. All right, now that we have a string from that awaited future, now we will do an HTML, boom, one of these little guys. We will say style, and we have content. So that should drop it in there directly, but this needs to be raw content, actually. I need to check the docs on mod for that. Oh, it's pre-escaped. Mod pre-escaped. And how to create a new one of these. Escaper. You're completely new to WASM. Just have read an article on WASM and Watoko. Didn't expect to see it on Twitch. Oh yeah. Yeah, many languages can be compiled to WASM. Because Rust is actually using the LLVM backend for it. So Rust actually targets it directly. That's the only thing you know about WASM. So actually, Rust is a very, very nice language to use with WASM. In this case, I'm going to close down some of these. Oh, actually, we want this one. I want text and escaping. Yes, yes. Okay, so pre-escaped. We just give it pre-escaped in there. Fine. More content. Yeah, do we want anything else on there? I'm trying to do everything. Why am I using WASM? So I want to run code that I develop in Rust on top of, well, inside of the Cloudflare web, like edge workers. Cloudflare has this really cool setup. Let's go to developers.cloudflare.com. They've got these workers. Okay. Think of it as, are you familiar with Chrome and Chrome's JavaScript engine, V8? Think of it as an V8 instance that they're running on a machine on their edge network. So you get 128 megs of RAM and a V8 instance, and you can run your code in there. So you can upload WASM code. I figured out how to do all this stuff. We've got some examples out there. And we're building our project on top of it. Style tag. Wow. I've never had the option to use nonce. Used to whitelist inline styles in the style source content security policy. This is interesting. Huh. That's crazy. So you can only load the CSS if you load it from a page that had a nonce generated for it. Wow. Wow. Ah, that's way too much. Um, type to yeah, tag CSS. Yeah, there is very little reason to include this attribute in modern. Oh, it's optional and it defaults to that. Fine. Okay, fine. Well, that should be that for the pre-escaped bit. So we need to import that. So we have our embedded bits if it exists. If it doesn't, it should just be blank. Then we have our other bits. Okay, run it again. That and their Cloudflare's little dev setup is workable. Oh, render's private. Yes, yes. It used to be in a trait. Oh, async render. This needs to be awaited. This is Rust code. How is this supposed to be similar to C++? I, well, it's not Erlang or Lisp. It's fairly similar to C++. I mean, you have curly braces, words. Sorry. It's not white space dependent. All right, so let's see. Sleepy, thank you for the follow. Unused import render. Should be good. It's rebuilding. Okay. Now, just so you can see where this is coming in, go back into our workers. This is the admin portal here. Reload this. Probably have to log in again. Oh, I don't. Fantastic. So we're in Mimeograph development. We're going to click into there. And I actually want to click on the KV bit at the top. So Mimeograph development pages and statics. We want to look into statics. You can see that we have this embedded.css. Right? So right now I've got something set up for actually being able to get to that. If we do /embedded.css, it should just load, right? And that's using our statics route, which is fine. That's neat and everything. Now, if we just render that other page like we were trying to, it's going to load that out of the KV store and embed it in the other page without escaping it. Hopefully. Oh no, it blew up. Okay. We had some sort of error. I'm going to pour some more water. All right. So, why did this die? We changed a couple things, right? We did this whole await thing. Where'd that go? Meta viewport render await. So we could see, did this happen in here? Due to the WASM thing, we don't have a great understanding of where this died, just that it's not returning a response. Do I think that Rust will take over C/C++ on systems programming? I think that it will become a viable alternative. Um, but that, yeah, I don't think it'll ever completely replace it. No. But again, it'll just be a really viable alternative. Okay, so we can tell it is in there. I mean, Rust interplays, like it works with C and C++ really well. So you could create a library in Rust that you use in C and C++ for embedded programming. There's going to be a lot of mix and match there. Yeah. There's Java and C Sharp. Why can't there be both C++ and Rust? Highlander style? It is the one. All right. So something happened in here. It's possible. Let's see. Where do we think it is? So something bailed in here. I guess the unwrapper default? Huh. I mean, it could have been this bit here. Let's comment out embedded for a moment. Oops, wrong one. C++ lost its head before, long before Rust had to chop it up. Nah, C++ isn't going anywhere. Oops. All right, let's give that a try. We're just kind of testing to see where it happened. Yeah, it's happening in here. Okay. Probably this unwrap abort, which should have sent out a message. Huh. Oh, you know what? Is part of this because we're not actually using that feature now? Probably that Tommel. See, we're supposed to be using better panic feature. Eyelash. Gone crazy. It's rebelling. All right. Eyelash got me good. So how do we get Wrangler to enable a specific feature for that? Wrangler.toml. So that's coming in through here, so Wrangler calls npm calls webpack. All right, so then webpack turns out coffee's ready. And then webpack ends up invoking this Rust, no, excuse me, cargo, via the WASM pack plugin. And we're gonna need some features for this. Like, how do we get WASM pack plugin to invoke something with a specific set of features? Because for development, I want one set. For production, I want another set of features. No TypeScript. See, that's for like WASM pack, right? These are the WASM pack flags. But something is calling invoking cargo. How do we pass something to cargo? Cargo. Oh, that reminds. How to enable features. That's what we want. Try this. You try. Okay. I would expect this to work. Can you create it? Okay. Huh. So in extra args, we should be able to say dash dash features equals blah. Oh, but that's features. That's going to be better panic. Okay. But we only want this one if we're in a specific mode. So if mode is development, we want that one. Is dev. Okay. So if is development, we do that. Otherwise, oh, fine. With the comma, there we go. I guess technically, I don't know. Let's just say it's A or B. Okay. So now, if we compile it in development mode, hopefully all that bubbles through, and we can fix this. Let's reload. It's a little too early. What do you mean you're fine? Oh, because we commented out the other code. That was in styles. Okay, let's give that a save. Should recompile. Detecting changes. And there's that. Reload. It should crash. Uncaught. Oh, it's right. It's still not doing the, still not writing that little bit out. Because I thought it was in here. It could be, wait, can it be anything else? Let's say let content is equal to just empty string. If we delete that, then this should work. Even though we're not awaiting the future, we're basically throwing away the future. Throwing away the future. Goodbye, future. Sorry, kids. Okay, so that works. So it's something in here. Pretty sure it's this here. If we just unwrap on that, I'm concerned that my unwrap abort isn't actually doing what I want it to. Well, it's still bailing. But why? Is it the unchecked into? That could be it too. Okay. Let's undo a little bit. Okay, there. Content is going to be equal to quote, just so that can go through. And I'm going to comment out the return type here and the unchecked into, because here we'll be able to see, is it awaiting on this and doing the unwrap, or is it the unchecked into? Because if it's the unchecked into, fine. I was assuming it was always going to be a certain type, but if that's not the case, goodness, I don't know what, because I mean, that assumption was based on to get text here. So if we look at env pages get, was it kv, source kv? So we're not saying that this is a readable stream. We're saying that this is text. So I would presume that means JS string, right? For JS string. Anyhow, that should have compiled by now. Reload. Okay, did not crash. So then, yes, it is the unchecked into. So what is our type here then? What's our type? We get a JS value back. Hey, thank you for the follow, A3 company. Here, let's just get that. We're going to grab that. I'll set over there. Let foo equal that. Comment that out. I don't know what this type is. So let's log one. And we will have, what is it? JS says JSON.stringify. Oh, colon. Stringify our JS value. So this returns a result to a JS value, which we will unwrap because we think that it's going to be the right type. And we have to borrow that. And now we should have it printed out, like serialized, printed out. So we can see, what is this thing? Like our WASM version of a debug. Oops. Or not. Try again. Okay. Reload. Null. It's null. Okay. It's null. Fine. Fine, it's null. It could be null. What does that mean then? That means that when we made the request for this, we made a request to something that doesn't exist? Or our request was wrong? Yeah, JS values can be like an object, an array, null, undefined, probably not a number. So even though you have a reference to a JS value, that doesn't mean that you have a reference to a value. Um, because in this case, we're trying to fetch this style sheet here, right? And this style sheet comes from this map. This map's coming from embedded style sheet, and that we're trying to get off of site config. So we should be getting slash embedded.css. And does that work? Yes, that works. So if that works, and we have that there, pages.get. It's pages, it's not statics. Ah, there it is. Should be statics. Okay, well, anyhow, if it doesn't exist, we have to do something. Because we can't do an unchecked into. We have to actually check to see if it turned into something. Let's see. Embedded value. So we're going to match it based on what? If it's a string or not. If embedded value dot is string, then we can't. Oh, we could do a dine into on this. Dine into. We want this to get dine into JS string. Gonna match on that. Okay, so that'll give us our stir. In which case we could do something like this. Just toss this in there. Okay. If there is any kind of error, what are we gonna do? Probably return just like none. Oh, this should be a CSS. The method mod render to exists for struct render. Okay. Why? What's wrong with this? Why? I'm not seeing it. Where do I check? As rough, not implemented for J. Oh, because it's still a JS string. Yes, yes, you are a JS string. All right, so let's CSS equals string from CSS. There we go. I wonder if there's room in here for making like a variant of mod that works with JS strings, because we get a lot of this content back from JavaScript. All right, let's run that again. Okay, compiled, good. Let's go back one. It's listening, reload. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Okay. Let's turn night mode back on for this. Thank you. And while we don't really like the CSS on that, it is something that works. So let's give this a publish. I want to see this again with that lighthouse. Upload pages and here, upload pages. Oh, what? I have shift stuck? That was weird. Production. Okay. Upload config. Upload settings. I need another script to wrap the scripts. Statics. Wrangler publish. ENV production. Okay. Now we should be able to go to this website. Okay. There's that. Actually, let's reload it over here. So we've gone through a number of stages with Lighthouse. We started here with, our settings pretty low. Started to improve it, improve it, improve it, improve it. 94, we got it to 100, but with some potential, some opportunities, as I suggest. So at this point, we've changed it a little bit more, and our login page includes, come on, just the raw bits, please. Some CSS in it. It's pretty well stripped out, but it's got some CS in it here. And now we're going to run Lighthouse on this again. It's actually a both CSS. It's got normalizer, which is external, and then then it has that other one that makes everything a funny color. And that looks pretty good so far. Request, okay. Transfer size is small to request, 12 kilobytes. Accessibility, all this stuff looks pretty good so far. All right. We're not doing progressive web app stuff, so it doesn't matter. Well, that's working pretty well. Let's see, runtime. Emulated Moto G4. Interesting. Cool. That's a pretty neat little tool. And then I think getting some of the CSS actually working. Now we have embedded CSS, linked CSS, and that's pretty cool. I like that. Now we can do our little login bit, which doesn't work yet. You can click on it, don't save. Yeah, that probably, well, we don't even have it running. That's not the production one. That one should be running. Yeah, page not found, which is fine. So next time we're probably going to do a login. Now that we got some more of that filled in. Oh, this is exciting. It's coming along. It's coffee time for me though, so we gotta figure out who to raid. Who shall we raid today? Classy Cat was doing actually a bit of stuff with Rust yesterday. Oh, Rust is hard. Lies. Actually, Rust takes time. Who's Carl? I don't know who this is. Let's see. We try to raid random Rust people. Internet evangelist. Wow, that's hard for me to see on this screen. What do we have here? Itty bitty little font. Wow. Let's see. I unpaused just in time to hear him say effing value. All right. Let's see what class he's up to. We're gonna go raid. Okay, let's just raid him. We're gonna close that one. I'll load it up over here. I'll join you for the raid. Oh, another good day of progress. Little, focusing a lot on the size early this morning. Which a little bit of my OCD. Let's see. Where do we end up with? 72K. Yeah, it's slowly creeping up, but we got rid of 30K the other day, so that was good. So, till next time, y'all. Bye bye.